comes to strike, an emperor strikes without hesitation. To entertain doubt is to dance with death. There is no glory in winning with a borrowed blade. All these truths the emperor decrees. None are more powerful than these. By the goddess, what ambition? Be aware that there's a golden key, there's a golden door. Beware that there's a golden key, there's a golden door. The weary traveler draws close to the path. There is a fine line between consideration and hesitation. The former is wisdom, the latter is fear. All these truths the emperor decrees. None are more powerful than these. By the goddess, what ambition? Beware that there's a golden key, there's a golden door. To strike, an emperor strikes without hesitation. To entertain doubt is to dance with death. There is no glory in winning with a borrowed blade. All these truths the emperor decrees. None are more powerful than these. By the goddess, what ambition? Be aware that there's a golden key, there's a golden door. Beware. There's a golden key, there's a golden door. Ooh, Izarro, Izarro. Ooh, Izarro, Izarro. He will meet you at the labyrinth and make you cross his path. weary traveler draws close to the path. There is a fine line between consideration and hesitation. The former is wisdom, the latter is fear. All these truths, the emperor decrees, none are more powerful than these. By the goddess, what ambition? Beware that there's a golden key, there's a golden door.
How's it going, guys? How are you doing today? Hope that intro worked. I threw it together maybe like 45 minutes before stream start. I've had the song and the graphic for a while, though. So today, what are we doing? So I just got through the campaign on this warrior, and see he's level 66. I ran a couple maps just to make sure everything was working yesterday before doing this, but I'm saving his in-game run for the stream here. I'm intentionally keeping the gear pretty weak right now, so we'll start to go over that at the start, just in case people are watching the VOD, they can see this part first. So pretty weak again. Right now you could get a +4 mace off trade just for a few EX. You can see not using constricting command. I got it down here for later in the play session, but for right now we're just going to start on basic rare gear. You can check the mods on this stuff. It's just kind of random. Again, found this in campaign. It's not good. You can see we're not using the extra spirit. This is important, so we do have the leech. You need leech mana and you need leech life. But the rest of the gear, there's a +2 on here. Again, you can get +3, and people are even crafting +4s right now. Shield, not good. Like, I could stop right now and craft something, but we're going to just take it 600 armor into endgame. Gloves, again, these are invasion because this is what I found in campaign, so just +1 levels and then nothing. Belt, we're not using a coil yet either, just rare belt and some whatever movement speed boots. So pretty much fresh out campaign. I have the I've been looking at the build planner here. There's definitely some issues with it. The way the build planner works from the guide maker's perspective is we weren't actually really sure exactly, but Mobalytics, I think, were the first to do it, and they did a pretty good job overall. But it exports our build guides, but there's some problems in here for sure. So the main one I see is in the campaign leveling. This, even though I double checked everything on the guide and the guide in, it's correct. For some reason, these are still allocated in the in-game build guide, and they shouldn't be. And that's for like all of it here. I think if you go through all the different sections, yeah, it's there and it shouldn't be there. That needs to be fixed. I don't know. I'm going to have to see how Mobilix lets me update it. Like maybe it's going to make me import the character again or something. But right now, let's just go back to the level 90 league start. You can see this. I'll pull this up just to finish up the items. There's nothing crazy in the jewels. I have 2 jewel slots right now. Just rage is basically all they are. And that's it. For the skills, it's the basic guide setup. Only 4 slot right now on the skills. So resonating shield here. And then all the supports still be in the guide. And of course, he got the Herald of Blood and Plague online. I went ahead and put Magma Barrier, although you wouldn't need it right this moment because we're not using Nebulux swap yet. And then just utility on the Shield Charge and Leap Slam, Infernal Cry. All right, so I think what we're going to do is I've been trying to get one of the lineage support gems. So as we're place testing the warrior here, we're going to be going into these maps in the Atlas because I'm trying to get the Rocky Eldest flow. If you guys have not gone along the sea here, this can be a really good spot to find a bunch of these. They're kind of hard to see because I've completed a bunch of them. But if you go to the sea here, because you're always spying the sea, you just start to get a bunch of these. So if you're trying to do the same thing, this is one thing you can do. Now, of course, I've done like somewhere probably between 10 to 15 of these, and sometimes I use the tablet that lets you run it twice, and I still haven't gotten one. But I really need one to make the new idea I have work on the Mjolnir build. And then we're going to be doing tier 4 here because we don't want to be too far outside the level range. Otherwise, that actually slows down your leveling. But we are going to be doing 6 mods, and we'll see how well that goes. And the main reason I'm doing that is just because I want to be able to throw these XP tablets in here. And final thing we'll show here is just the character stats. So I've just fixed resists with the augments here. We're still not quite capped on cold resists, and then we have some chaos res mainly from the belt here. The ultimate plan for the warrior, I mean, that's part of why I'm playing today, is to see if it's too much different than in-game. There's some warriors on PoE Ninja that I think have improved the like late in-game version of the build. But I want to go through this first because I'm also getting comments about mana problems and all that. I got that too. In the previous league. I just want to see if it's different because you never know. They did touch leech a bit, so while I didn't have any problems on the druid, I'm just making sure is like you can do things to fix that, like get some mana on kill, put clarity with the extra spirit, but right now we're leaving that off because I want to see how it goes, and right now the only thing we have is leech. And we're going to do that, and we're going to see as we go up in level, like if we hit a break point in this, like where it starts getting not sustainable as far as the mana cost goes, because it will increase as we get more gem levels. There's some crazy poison bleed warriors on PoE Ninja, so my plan is to go through my stuff first, and then when I get to that point, I'm going to swap over to their setup and see the difference. But in Path of Building, when I check it out, it looks really good. And you can see the map level here is only 68. We're in tier 4 maps. Just hit level 67. And this is the point where you do still use shield wall quite a bit here too. That's going to be the case for a while when you have especially the rare enemies popping out, but you can see even with just the whatever shield here, it's like you can still enter maps and it's fine. That's why it is pretty good as a league start. Mana problem is pretty big. That's probably the most common thing I've heard as far as like an actual problem people are running into. So that's part of why we're doing it this way today, is I want to see if and when, like at what point in the gearing I run into that problem. It could also just be a lot of how people are playing it too. Like, I can see, I just have leech right now, so this is fine. Like, I can just hold down Resonating Shield and like walk like this, but it does slowly drain the mana. But it's like, you don't have to always be holding Resonating Shield, right? You can roll in Resonating Shield, and that's going to lower your mana costs. Yeah, the Heart of the Well. I had somebody post a comment in one of my videos about that. I told him to look into that too. Yeah, because you can get mana on kill. It's probably at this point in the league, it's probably pretty easy to get mana on kill mace with levels. I imagine there's some in trade if I checked right now. But that's probably not always going to be the case, especially if the build ever like really gets popular. Those are hard to find. But the Heart of the Well should be relatively easy, especially with the changes they made this league, where you're just getting more of those Heart of the Wells dropping because of what they did to the Atlas tree. It's more frequent. You can also get it on the new diamond jewels, but that would be kind of hard to roll. And I don't think you would normally do that. Even in the in-game, you'd probably prefer Heart of the Well. The 200% deli version. That's definitely in-game. One of the problems an active block build is going to have until you get late in-game is deli, because of the way it interacts with your stun threshold. It's just you're more and more likely to get stunned as the deli percentage goes up and up. It's one of the things I've run into on the Mjolnir build too, because he doesn't have nearly as much stun threshold as the warrior does innately. So right now the boss is going to look pretty bad because we're not on Nebulock. But even with that, for entering campaign with this crap gear, you can see it's like, it's still shield wall, so it's still going to work. It can take time to use it. I mean, did that look slow to you? Like, I mean, that is the reason I have you pick up the attack speed. And where early on you sock it in, like when you're first coming in, that's why you keep rapid attacks. But eventually, as you get more attack speed in other areas, it's more damage if you eventually drop this. But that's why there's all the attack speed nodes up here. That's why you pick up stuff like this. It's not in the guide now, but I'm considering this too. It depends on how often the leech is up, but that's another 15% right there. For getting the crit mace, just run ritual. It's not like a top tier unique item, so it'll eventually show up. I had one, and I haven't been doing ritual as an actual strat. I just did it a few times when I was unlocking the quest. I had a Nebulock pop up in the ritual window. And in the meantime, you can kind of watch what I'm doing today, and kind of this is the power level you have without the Nebulock. Now, obviously, I'm still in low tier maps right now, but I think I have extra XP tablets. I think we'll be ramping up pretty quickly.
Just try it.
And then we'll see what it looks like in the in-game setup. And my plan was just for today's stream, but depending on how that goes, like if I don't feel like I get there quick enough today, I might do it tomorrow too, and we can really start getting into the nitty-gritty of the in-game setup. You can also chance the maces with an omen, but you said you were in Soul Self-Found, right? Yeah, because the way it works is you gotta use the omen, I think. You really just gotta hope for one, but that's probably unlikely. I mean, you can see it from the Elder Maddox and like the Seer that you can find in Expedition 2, but that's a lot rarer to find than Ritual. As far as chancing, I had somebody, this was before the new patch, I had somebody tell me they tested in Standard, they chanced like 200 maces and they got 3 Nebulocks. So if that sounds acceptable to you for solo self-found, you could do it that way too. Otherwise, just don't worry about Nebulock right away. It doesn't make or break it, you're just going to have less single target. In the in-game, I think you'll eventually want it, but I mean, that's always going to be the thing about solo self-found is self-imposed restrictions, so if a build requires a unique, you got to get the unique first. I think you'd be fine with just the build and farming T15s without it, though. $8 to $10. I'll see how it goes when I get there. I want to do a few more maps, but I place tested on this character a tier 14 last night. And yeah, the character's not powerful enough to do a in-game map boss like that quickly, but it still did it. And then the map clear was honestly not much different than what we're seeing right now. I need to, as I'm doing this here, I need to get more logbooks too, so I kind of, when I'm streaming, get in the mode of just only half paying attention to what I'm doing in-game. I need to remember when I see the expedition to actually stop and blow them up so I can get more logbooks. I mean, let's see, how much HP does this guy have? Yeah, he's got DR at the first. Yeah, I don't know. Like, if you have it set up, and this is even without Nebulock, that was like what? Probably 300,000 to 400,000 DPS. Just looking at the health bar once the DR on the boss dropped off. If you don't want to do the surrounded, I mean, the what we're on right now is that, so this is the level 90 league start. This doesn't take the surrounded nodes because on league start, it's hard to say whether you get a constricting command or whether that item is expensive because a lot of builds are using it. So you can do that. And then the problem with the that question at the very late game is I think constricting command is just too good not to use. But it'll still be functional without it. Yes, I am back, and I am actually on Warrior now. I felt kind of bad because I didn't feel like I could answer some of the questions with authority, having not been on the Warrior and played it through the in-game. Like, it should be like very, very similar to what I was doing on the Druid, but still, we're going to go through here. We'll see if we run into any mana problems, like a few people have said, when they just have the Leech on the Warrior. It might become an issue as we get more levels, but at least in early maps, I'm not having any issues. It plays pretty much the same. The Heralds are just taking care of business. That's quite a few Abyss Pits there. I guess that's what 3 Abyss Tablets does. Yeah, glad you enjoyed it, man. Did you run into any problems with it? I always like hearing what problems people did have with it, so I can watch out for them and figure out where I need to improve the guide, at least where I'm able. When you say you switch to the other tree, is that the one the warriors on the PoE Ninja are doing? Or is it one of the late game trees that I have? I should go back and fully clear those, but I'm just trying to also clear maps so I can get the Rocky out of this flow, or hopefully we get it. So I don't want to waste too much time clearing these low-level abysses. Alright, I'm going in the completely wrong direction here. There we go, let's just get out of that mess. We got some XP from that, good enough. Drops can come later. The late game, I probably do need to do some iterations on that, especially after seeing what some of the other warriors are doing. Like if you're doing late game and if you do have a mage blood, like I need to put a version with mage blood, because that's going to be a common enough question that's going to come up from this point on. Of course, you never know. They might just, in their next balance pass here, not on this league, but whenever they do the reset, they might just completely destroy this build with killing the Herald interactions. So that's something I always worry about, is putting all this work into it, and it's like, oh, and now it's dead. But I guess that's just part of guide making in PoE too. Yeah, that's another reason I decided to go ahead and level my warrior here, is because I'm playtesting all that Mjolnir stuff, and it clears maps. It can clear like moderately juiced maps fine, but the sustain on isn't very good, and I really want to have just another character that I can farm stuff on, because I have wasted so much currency testing different things out that I'm like broke now. And I know the warrior will work, so why not? Yeah, I keep missing that. So, one other thing, this may or may not be an issue. It could just be the attack speed, like you said, because that is a big part of it. But stun threshold can also be a problem, because a lot of times you have more stun threshold when you're doing resonating shield, and then you go down to drop the shield wall, and if you don't have enough, they can actually knock you out of your animation of shield wall. So it's more than likely an attack speed problem, but stun threshold might be something to look into too. Oh yeah, the Runeforge. I don't know, because there is like that last guy was just talking about the dropping the shield wall problem, and I was talking about the stun threshold problem sometimes where it knocks you out. There is this cool thing you can do even after they added the cooldown on it with reputation, which needs ward, where you can activate reputation, and as you're dropping down your shield wall, you're getting 100% block, so that problem just goes away. But the problem with that is you need to take ward, and you need a good chunk of ward to make that work. That's kind of like one of those big ideas I don't know if I want to incorporate into the guide or not yet, but worth worth thinking about. I was doing a bit on the druid. It's usually a one-shot thing. I mean, this isn't a permanent solution as far as gearing goes, but you can also just roll back and drop. Like, you can do this, right? Hold resonating, roll back, and then drop the shield wall like that. But I know what you mean. If you're like really, really surrounded, like, that's not going to work. And that is why you want attack speed on shield wall builds, in my opinion. But the problem, like, honestly, here's the thing. If that's what's always killing you and that's your biggest sticking point to the build, take off one of the other supports and put back in the increased attack speed. Like, sure, it's going to be weaker in POB, like, when you look at it, but if it plays better to you, that's what you should do. That's like one of those things where you follow the build guides, but then you're like, oh, this isn't working. And you've kind of identified the problem, right? It's like, I think I need more attack speed. So I would try and put in the attack speed support, run a few maps and see how that feels. Because it's not as much, but it does increase your shield wall DPS just because you can drop down more of them, right? And if it plays better, then definitely do that. Yeah, what Lex said there too. And it's really easy to get stuck in the, like, oh, this is the best option because it's the highest DPS, but, like, that, especially in PoE 2. In PoE 1, sometimes that's the case, but in PoE 2, it's like you really do have more flexibility. But it can be really easy to get stuck in that mode where you're just like, oh, this is the highest increase, so this is what I should do. Eh, not always. I'm not quite sure. Let's see, we're already level 71 here. At one point I should swap to the Nebulock. Maybe like 80, 85, somewhere in there. And if you guys are wondering why I roll around so much, a lot of it is just to avoid collision. Because if you do get into the habit of doing that roll and shield wall like that, it means your map clear is faster overall. One of the problems with always moving in melee is it can feel a bit awkward. But if you can do this, even at low level, it's like, that's generally quicker. Don't really feel like you got stronger. I mean, that should be quite a bit stronger. Probably part of that is last league you would opt for the +4 to all attack skills essence instead of the +5, and the reason you did that is because it affected the heralds along with your shield attacks. This league, that's only a +2, so you don't do that, but that means your heralds aren't getting the plus levels as much as your shield skills are. Am I a warrior man? I mean, that's always the playstyle build I've enjoyed the most in PoE 2. It's just that I like doing weird things with that archetype on different classes. But yes, this is my second character. He's fresh out of campaign. He has crap gear right now. We're leveling him up. We're going to see what problems we've run into. To see where I need to fix the guide and if I run into the same problems that others are reporting or if it's something else. Right now it seems fine to me. And actually we can probably... 71, I think 68. We could probably start going up another map tier here. Which one is that? I took a look at the hidden notables the other day. There's actually a really interesting one that I was considering for Mjolnir, where armor break increases damage of lightning and cold, because normally the warrior can only get that for fire. We can take a short break and I can show you what Mjolnir looks like. It has a lot of problems, not necessarily problems, but it has a lot of downsides that I don't feel like I want to recommend or share it widely yet, but I can show you the progress on it. There's a completely different setup I'm thinking on it, but I'm broke right now. So I need to switch like almost all my gear pieces and get like a Rakiatas, which is what we're hoping to do as I'm leveling the warrior today. Yeah, my history with Path of Exile is I am not a longtime PoE 1 player either. I started playing it about 2 years before PoE 2 came out. If you've done that though, it's definitely gives you an advantage in PoE 2 because you kind of understand how they make their game work as far as like all the stats and how they interact with each other. Or at least it gives you a good base understanding because they have changed a lot of things. Like I always, when I go back and forth between the two games, have to remind myself how conversion is different. And if that doesn't mean anything to you, just ignore that comment because that's really into the weeds. Alright. Now, that was not very skillful. I have to remember that I'm still on leveling, so I need to actually be actively doing war cries and stuff if I'm trying to show what the build looks like. I always get super lazy. Armor break and all that. Ah, there's the beacon. Yeah, you can see I'm pretty broke right now. That's all my wealth. I got a few stuff hidden in the stash that I don't want to show because I don't want the prices to go up, but there's nothing that anybody would buy right now that's worth anything. Let's give myself one revive just because we're on the warrior here. Maybe 2 revives. We'll be really cautious with it. So the optimal way to do this would be to swap to my high level character, put in rarity, put in all the extra effect. We are still on Jado for the master, so we get the extra drop chance on the lineage support tier. And again, so far I haven't found any, even though I've done like 10 to 15 of these J-dials. But just for the sake of the stream, I'm not going to worry about it. We're just going to keep going on this and hope for the best. So that's the reason I don't add Sunder. Like it is if you're trying to maximize like single target, especially on that very much gear, it's good to do, but it's another button and my muscle memory on this build is pretty strong. Like it's mostly just left and right click. And then I have the mouse buttons on my thumb for the other stuff for like leap slam here and for like shield charge. And then I have, I'm WSD, so I have E for when I want Infernal Cry. but I'm not quite sure I could. I mean, I could. It would just require some getting used to get in Sunder there too. So for the most part, I just feel like gear increases faster than I would learn the usefulness of Sunder, but it is better if you're looking at just a single target. But resonating breaks armor, that's usually enough. Yeah, they definitely did something with the, which isn't surprising because there's stuff on the Atlas tree for it now, but they did something with the drop rate with Rocky Oz this league. Got something there that's tanky. It is kind of interesting. I'm doing this second character now, but it's like the Atlas is fully allocated and you have no way to unallocate it, so the maps are going to be actually more juice than what you would run into at League Start. Like, you would not run into something like this at League Start, I don't think. And I swear to God, these Rogue Exiles, for whatever reason, they're invisible to me. Like, I have to look at the mini-map and I'm like, oh, there they are. Alright, I might have to lock in a few times. Looks like it'll be fine, though. Yeah, this is fine. This is enough DPS. Come on. Pretty sure I face transitioned him. Yeah.
This is no redemption.
If you're wanting stronger clear, it's going to be element magnitude, probably. That's part of the reason I'm doing this today, because I want to get like an actual up and running like in-game version, like level 95 warrior, so I can start testing some things. Because I could kind of make it work with doing it on the Druid start, seeing how the archetype worked, but that was really just for a League Start scenario. As far as like min-maxing at the end game, I'm pretty sure I know what's best, but I really need to play test it. Because the thing is, your clear on the build is like, you need the initial hit on Resonating Shield to be strong to make clearing feel good, but then after that it's mostly the heralds that are chaining off each other that's doing most of your damage in maps. Not counting single target, I just mean like clear on the screen. So increasing resonating isn't going to directly increase the damage that the heralds specifically do. Oh, that was dangerous. Holy shit, I actually got it. GG. My god, thank god it's over, because I have done so many of these maps. Alright, does it let me put it in here? Can I put it in here? I'm going to put it in there just so I can see it when I open my stash every time. Let's see, where do I want to stash this? I'll put it in here. Don't no way me. Do you guys want to see my Atlas? Like, look at this. There are so many of those maps in here, and that is the first one I got. Like, I had a bunch up here too. There's some up there. Like, I have done so much mapping hunting that thing, and that's not counting like all the expedition, although Rakiaut is, you can't get Rakiaut down here, but I've also been searching for the the stuff in Expedition, and I have yet to hit a 10 rune fragment or whatever they're called. But cool, that was my idea, was to do the maps on the warrior and hopefully get one of those, and it actually happened. What do you know? Should we go for a second one? Sure, why not? Streamer client, I mean, apparently I have to turn it on, I guess, but yeah, it did happen on stream.
I'm ready.
No, XP Shrine. Oh, I meant to go up another map tier, but we'll finish this and then I'll fix that. So you can't target farm it. It is kind of luck, but I showed it at the beginning of the stream. If you actually go to the coastline, like there's a bunch of maps that just spawn in the water, and there's a higher chance to get the Jade Isles down there. Now actually getting it to drop once you kill the boss, good luck with that. I had him proc that 5% chance a few times when I first started, and I haven't really seen it since then. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm heading back in the opposite direction. Should be going the other way for the map boss. It is going to be interesting to see if they touch the Herald stuff, the Herald of Blood and Plague stuff specifically in their balance pass that they're planning on doing in a month or two. Well, probably a couple months, but because to me it does feel like it's too strong, especially when you just get into maps like this. Like, this is kind of ridiculous. But on the other hand, it's like Melee doesn't really have some of the tools to do the screen clear, and this is one of the better ways you can fix it. And I think that might be why they haven't touched it yet. Alright. Yeah, I ran into an unfortunate bug on my my Mjolnir Druid too, and it set me back probably like 80 divines.
Yes.
Okay. Let's see. What do we want? It should be around, let's see, 73, probably around like 80. We want to actually start caring about the different weapon set points, but for now I'm not going to worry about it. Probably want this stuff down here. There would only be Herald of Ash. Herald of Ash is... It's not as bad as people think, but you need to support it, not with like the support gems, but you need to support it with a skill that like works well with it, and a lot of melee skills by themselves usually aren't that. At least if we're talking in-game. Like, it's an old build, but I had some stuff I've done on Witch, where you use Herald of Ash and actually help with the clear quite a bit. Oh, right, I was going to do that. I wonder... Are we at the point where we can just...
You can achieve with that.
Of course.
I bet you it is. So we'll just beeline for tier 14. I don't think I'm going to do 6 mod because I'm expecting some deaths doing this. And this is like, this boss is going to be tanky for this build right now. Here, when we hit level 80, I'll do the Nebulock and Constricting Command swap. Maybe even upgrade to this +3 I'm intentionally keeping down here for now. Yeah, Ash is not the great. It's better than nothing, but yeah. But the thing is, if you, there's some skills with it, like if it, you have a skill that say covers like, I don't know, 75% of the screen. Sometimes Herald Bash can be what it, yep, that's way tankier than the last map. Sometimes Herald Bash can be what gets you that less 25% of the screen clear. Yeah, I'll probably have to start paying a little bit more attention if I'm trying to push these map tiers super early like this. Yeah, and there's my 23 Chaos Res at work. I have a feeling that they're going to do a lot for Warrior and Melee and Maces specifically in the next reset league that they're planning. It's like they know that that's a common complaint and one that people joke about, and I don't think they want that shipping like that in 1.0. It's like they're also, like in the background, I'm sure working on Templar right now. Is like, think about the fantasy of flails. Like, do you think they're going to try and do the same thing they did with maces with flails as far as like throwing them around and then being kind of slow? I don't know. I think they're going to do some iteration on melee in general. I mean, at the very least, they'll bring something to the table. They'll bring new skills and stuff. Hopefully some that aren't locked to flails, but they might be locked. Who knows? Yeah, I am pushing this too much. I should probably back off on tiers just for the sake of clear speed in the next map. Still not dying, though. Yeah, but, I mean, you've played Resonating Shield. Oh, first heavy stun of the stream. You've played Resonating Shield on your Warrior too, Lex. You know how it can kind of feel like awkward, like moving around, especially when you get like lots of enemies. It's like, I remember them saying in one of the interviews, like, why most melee skills you can't move and attack at the same time. Like, there's something awkward there. So they got to figure that out. Even on Resonating Shield, it's like, I mentioned it earlier, but that's like why I'm always like dodge rolling. It's because like you ideally want to get around the enemies. It's like I'm not trying to dodge their attacks most of the time. It's just like I want to get around them and I don't want to clip them. Yeah, I don't know if you've done the Expedition boss. I think it's Verana. Like, I go to do that boss, and like I'm holding Resonating Shield to block right and get all the effects, and she half the time just does this attack that just like pushes you around the screen. It's really, really weird. And I think it normally kills most characters, but because we're blocking, it just like pushes us.
None may leave this accursed island.
And you are also, I'm pretty sure, Lex, you've seen this guy has that one attack that's like goes through your block. That gets me even now. Yeah, this empowered tier 14 boss is going to take a bit on our intentionally gimped build. Take off the overlay. Finish break. Ah, that attack, that one right there is like, if they're going to do that, that should be a red flash attack.
None may leave this accursed island.
Yeah. I'm going to have to just mid-range this guy.
None may leave this accursed island.
Or go in when I see him doing like an attack like that. And then just get out of there. Yeah, there it goes again. At least it missed that time. Well, lesson learned. Still too early to do that. Let's see. I might do 8. That's probably enough. And just for me to save face a bit, guys, like this is my out of campaign intentionally weak setup. So if you actually are using some of this other stuff that I have down here that I'm not using, that would have gone a lot quicker. And let's put those tier 14s back for later. Yeah, I swear, I hate that boss. For me, it is that one anchor attack he does. And then this boss is going to be a pain in the butt for another reason, because I know I don't probably have enough damage to phase it before she does her spin around for a minute and waste your time move. A pretty juicy abyss here. I'll take that. You can kill these guys on this build, but it's a little bit more of a pain in the butt than it is on a lot of builds to get them out of the cloud and get your shield wall in the right range. You can see it's just like, you can do it, but it is not exactly the funnest thing in the world. But it can be worth it. I'll probably, after this map, go ahead and, what level are we? 75. I think I said I'd wait till 80. I'll see, maybe one more map, but here soon we'll be switching to some of the more, like, budget in-game gear.
Have you come to join?
I don't know what YouTube does with this boss, so we're just going to play it safe and off-screen it.
Join them.
Let's see, I probably want to actually get stuff up and see how much damage I can get. That's not bad, but it's not going to phase it. Yeah.
It's the last thing you'll see.
Yeah, they were echoes, not omen of lights, so it's decent, but not crazy. Just make sure you're killing them outside the cloud, and that's not too uncommon. All right, at least we avoided having that phase on a second time there. Okay, what were we going to do? Let's throw those in. Level 75. Get the extra points here. I think I am going to try and wait for level 80 before we do the swap. Oh, the cloud tech. So, you know those guys in the, when you're doing Abyss that have like this green cloud around them? People found out last league that if you kill them when they're outside of their cloud, it changes their drop table. And that's where all the valuable omens, like Omens of Light, mostly come from. A ranged build will have an easier time doing it. A shield build like this, you can do it because shield wall has area of effect on it that's pretty good, but it's still a bit of a pain in the butt. So you kind of got to back off, bait them out of the cloud, drop your shield wall at the right like mid-range and run into it. But if you do that and you take that extra hassle, there's a good chance you can get some valuable drops. Are you talking about on this build you had trouble around 86? I mean, part of the reason I'm doing this is because I want to see what problems I run into too, and see if they're the same ones other people are saying, and if I do, how I can solve them, or even if I don't, like what my thoughts are as far as like the best way to solve them. And then I can update the guide, because it does need some work, like especially on the in-game build planner. Like I downloaded that on the campaign run just to see what it looked like, and Mobalytics did a good job overall, but there's some bugs and just some ways that it works, like from the guide maker's side, that I need to go back and fix in there. But at the same time I do all that, it's like I need a larger pass on just like some parts of the build too. Specifically the in-game hasn't got as much of a pass as the other parts have. Yeah, I don't expect it to run into any issues either, but it's the thing. PoE 2 is better about this than PoE 1 is, but you can still mess up like one thing and it can throw everything out of whack. Or if there's like one interaction or way to play it you don't understand, like it can make it significantly harder. So I'm just trying to see if there's anything we can see with that, or even, like I said, if I don't, because I'm so used to playing it, like I'm going to have a hard time notice, but if I have you guys in stream and you're saying what your problems are, then I can think about ways to solve them. So we were talking about the cloud earlier. See how he spawns the cloud? If you pull him out and then kill him, that happens. Not every time, but it's more likely.
Doesn't look good.
Yeah, I'm curious. Are you using the build planner in game, or are you using the Mobalytics? Because I don't think for the in game, I don't think I have that part set up very well. Because the way I wrote the guide initially is I gave you the base of constricting command, and then you would fill in the points from the other section. But in the build planner in game, that doesn't really work very cleanly. Oh. This guy dropped a waste stone and I'm just, yep, he sure did. Those are off of my, I'm running my in-game filter even though it's the leveling character. I'll try and remember. I could swap it back, but I'll try and remember to just check that after a boss dies. Now I need to put more tablets in. Okay, let's see here. You get them consistently with the magma berry. There's some other ways you can generate them too, and there's that hidden notable somebody was mentioning too I need to take a look at when I get to in-game too. I don't think I'm going to recommend it, but there's this weird tech I thought of too with one of the augments that generates charges in your helm. That would be really good if you're doing like just like running bosses back to back, like pinnacle bosses, but I don't think you would use it otherwise because it's not going to be the best for general mapping. But with magma barrier and the supports in there, basically it's you block one attack, and that gets you your first charge, and then usually after that you get a stun the boss that gets you more charges, and usually with Nebulok at that point they're dead anyway. We'll see. Like I said, that's part of the reason I decided, you know what, I'm just going to do a warrior. Because I was trying to straddle that middle ground where it's like, okay, I see what League Start is like by running the build on like an ascendancy that's not really for it. And then I can see what changes I need to make, and that kind of worked. But then you get to the end game, and it's like, well, it's different enough, and enough people are having problems with like mana. It's like, I just need to play it. Have a character I can test on in the active league itself instead of trying to do it on standard, and then update from there. I'm trying to read what Lex just typed there at the same time as I'm mapping, and it's not going very well. Because that's something I'm really interested in. Let's see. Yeah, you're using Fortifying Cry still in your build, right? Oh, you're good. It's one of those things where it's like luckily with like being able to block everything, we can kind of only half pay attention to what we're doing in game, but it's like I still need practice at it. I'm already a lot better at it than I was when I did my first stream, but still pretty bad. Yeah, I mean, Fortifying Cry is still good. I don't typically use it in my builds, but it might have a place. It can be something I take a look at. There was just something about it, because like I was doing this before like Fortifying Cry was a thing, like 0.2. It wasn't this. I actually did Nebulok with Magma Barrier and like Resonating Shield back then in 0.2. That was after the Magma Barrier was nerfed, but it was before they added that internal 8-second cooldown. And so I was doing that, and I just got used to playing that. And then 0.3 came out, and it's like I found the Poison Bleed thing, and I just never really used Fortifying Cry. Even though it could do all the shotgunning stuff back then.
I fight in his name.
I think it's just because, isn't it because... I'll have to look at the skill gem in a second. But it kind of makes sense to me why it does that. If I remember it correctly. I could be forgetting something in there, so I'll need to read what it says. I saw your video, Lex, where they nerfed you again. Like, of all the things. I think you just caught a stray, to be honest. I think that change was for something else. But then it hit your build.
Stilled by
That was almost bad. I probably just have more of a tolerance for this than some people do. For like actually fighting the bosses. Because that, if you're just looking at it as a showcase, does not look good, right? Now this is going to go a lot smoother here, just because all the tablets and stuff aren't active. I don't think I have any effectiveness on those. I think I avoided it. Oh, but I still have the, I think it's Atlas or something's added effectiveness to monsters, even though we're on low tier. It falls off hard. Yeah, you're just making me want to switch to the items I have in my my inventory then. Because I've already gained like a lot of levels since we started, and it's probably time. There's certainly some warriors who are doing some crazy things with it on PoE Ninja, where they're going like Crimson Assault. That to me looks really strong. I don't know who came up with it first, but it looks really, really good. Secret Items of Hell, it's just Nebulok and stuff that's in the guide that I'm not using right now. And like, I'm only running like +2 Amulet, where you could pick up a +3 right now off trade for like nothing. Just because I was trying to simulate what it's like if you're on starter gear. Or like, I don't know, at League Start those would still cost something, but it wouldn't be like insane gear at League Start. And like I'm using Invasion Gloves just because they have +1, and that was what I found in the campaign. Oh, nothing too crazy. I will say there is, I didn't notice it too much on Poison Bleed, but when I tried to put Mjolnir together, there is a noticeable difference between this league and last league in the overall chance you get effectiveness on monsters, and just a little bit more power at the base level going up tiers than there was last time. That can affect it, but the thing with the way the Herald Bleed thing works is, as long as you're draining the bosses enough, it's based off of the drain of how much damage that does, so it doesn't get hit quite as hard as some other explosions do. Yeah, and keep in mind, if you think it falls off hard too, it may not be the build for you too. Like, I think everybody should try melee at least once, but it's not for everybody.
Crush the intruder! Purge the unworthy! Do not falter!
He goes immune to damage there for a second. I'm not quite sure where the drop-off is. I guess right there, but always feels a little bit weird. Yeah, with the surround nodes and the these nodes up here that are highlighted in red, Like on Titan, these are amazing when you're using Resonating Shield. Alright, let's see here. Enough of this. Alright, so those 3 items. Nebulock, Rune, increased attack damage against rares, Constricting Command, 4 fewer enemies. These are cheap now. 25 EX. And then +3 Amulet with some life. This is good because I crafted this on my Druid. So it has double life up there. Or no, is that this one? Yeah, that is this one. The desecration there doesn't matter though. All right, let's put this back in leveling dump.
What is it?
Let me actually off to the side. I'm going to be kind of still on the main screen here because I'm going to pull up my guide, make sure we're doing it like it says, so I can see if something's wrong where I need to change it. Corrupt it. I mean, I would, but again, like I do that all the time on my main characters, trying to get the extra sockets, but for trying to make a guide, I don't really want to do that. Because then I'm getting extra power that people may or may not have. Oh, you know what? I keep forgetting they, I don't need to do this. I can just do this. I'm still not used to the fact that this is a thing. Okay, and I can just go to Doriani.
Nothing is set in stone.
I wonder, at this point you would probably connect here, so I could, because we're coming over here, you could make that a, yeah, I'm already seeing I could do that. At least if you're getting it early, that's what you would do. You would do this, and then you would connect it there instead of... You'd probably drop defense, that defense now at this point. Let's see, and did I on Constricting Command? I didn't take those. Don't have the Rage yet, so we hold off on Rage until earlier. And then we have all the surround nodes, of course. And we drop these up here. Still got to keep those, although we can come up there. Did I keep area? I kept area, but I have it on 1, so we can start fixing some of these points. I don't know if we need this league with the change they made to resonating. Because they made it where it automatically drops off faster without having to invest into this. Yeah, think about that. Save it over there. Okay, how much free points do we have? Do we have enough for the surround nodes? I think so. Or we're close, at least. Oh, crap. That one was... Yeah, we definitely want that one. Yeah, and we picked up the attack speed, so that's why we dropped that.
Go on. Nothing is set in stone.
Can take that off for now. You'll pick some of this stuff up eventually when we get more levels. I'm kind of going it a bit early here. Okay. We can go 1. And then 2 for crit. Kind of hard to tell with that. Okay, so I have that allocated. You'll have to bear with me, guys, here. I know this is probably going to be boring. I am slow at this type of stuff in game. So give me another 5 minutes here. So command early. Have you take those? That's the, yeah, lucky. And then we can start putting these on 1. And there. So I got 7 points because we're now doing the weapon swap. Okay, so I think that's the base. Sometimes, this is my first time trying to use their in-game planner. Sometimes it's kind of hard to actually tell with this overlay whether you have stuff already allocated or not. And a lot of that's dropped, although we're going to be going to this. Actually, I do think that's something I should change in the guide, because at least early on, if you're doing constricting command, it would be better to go this way. Because you're coming here, and then I also have you pick up these. So it'd be better to do this, like that. That connects you to that other side, and then you could drop points from there.
Speak. I have a different plan.
And drop these. Let me actually, before I forget, note that down. Chains constricting to connect early. I can drop, I keep that, but we can drop these for weapons set, right? Yeah. Oh, I need to come out the other way. That. And then it should let me do this.
I have a different plan.
Sorry guys, like I said, I know this part is going to be kind of boring here. And we have the crit damage over here. I have you do this. Do I still want to do this? I was actually kind of looking at these nodes when I was reviewing it. Because you are going to immobilize them pretty quickly. Now let me make a note that I'm doing this. I'm not sure this is going to stay or not. But I'm going to try doing this instead on shield wall. Got the lucky damage, stun threshold. Yeah, that would be the next part here would be spend the rest of points on rage. Or are we out? We're out points, is that it? Yeah. And what are we missing? This. Anything else red? I think that's it. I think because I changed the pathing here, wouldn't want to do that though. You would want to come across like I did. Okay, this is good enough. Let me just go ahead and make sure. So when you're setting this up, put everything on 1 except for shield wall, which goes on 2. And then your heralds can stay on both. Magma barrier 1. Infernal cry 1. Leap slam 1. And shield charge 1. And if you're watching the VOD of that setup, make sure also that when you have your shield here, you go up here and you right click this button here to lock it to both weapon sets. That'd be locking set 2. Your mace that you crafted in set 1. I have an unconnected node right there, and it's going to the Jade Isles. That's unfortunate. Well, hopefully it's the tower. Let me go back and hopefully I got some waystones from that boss. Okay, so I'm reading through some of your guys' questions here, getting caught up on that. So in the high budget version, that's somewhat of a holdover from just the way I built it in 0.3. It's probably worth a second look at. Because you just needed more effective hit points, and energy shield was a way to do that. So overall, the weakest part was when you fought bosses, you just didn't have enough effective hit points. But they buffed armor since then, even more than they did in 0.3. May not be as necessary, so there's some other ways you can do it. But that was why. It's because the endgame setup, I preferred having a bit of extra hit points as opposed to the extra armor. Struggling when you hit T15, the resists. Yeah, make sure you cap your resists. That's more important than the armor. My chaos res is low right now too. That's something we can fix. You can get some of these if you have extra sockets. Let's see, what actually, switching some of that gear, I think it's mainly constricting command. Looks like it lowered my res, so let's see what we can do about that.
All the best. Thanks for the chat.
Yeah, amazing. Is that even any better? Has more resist on it. Can do that. Then we can socket. Fire. This is the part that I don't usually enjoy that much in PoE, is putting the spreadsheet back together again when you swap. 50s, lightning, slow. I could speed up this process if I grab some of my old gear. But, those are probably too strong to use right now. That's probably not. Cold. Oh, I swapped this to cold at one point. Could do that, though. Then we need fire and lightning. Can swap that to fire.
I'll post it right away.
And then I just need some lightning runes somewhere. I can put that back in later. We'll do that. Yeah, I'll just go in because I don't like wasting all the time with low resistance for now. But ideally you would just keep socketing out of the belt too. The belt has like nothing on it. Okay, but let's jump back into maps. The biggest skillers of damage are plus levels, ailment magnitude, and the biggest one is going to be the armor value on your shield. But that's just to get the chain going with resonating shield. It's not going to increase the herald damage itself. There's everything that I'm looking at today. Like, I feel like it is overall small improvements, but there's some stuff that can be done to improve it.
Cool air.
All right, so now we're on the constricting command setup. This should give me a bit more power here. But we went pretty early, so we are missing some skill points in the levels. But it should be a noticeable difference. I already noticed the increased movement speed here. And I got heavy stunned. Yeah. I'll see how the boss goes, but we might be good to, now that we actually have the gear, the guide recommends to jump up some map tiers too. And at some point here, we'll visit the supports, because right now we are only running four supports on our skills. This character probably isn't on PoE Ninja yet, just because he's low level. He just got through the campaign yesterday. I have the build guide for what we're doing here, though. If you want to take a look at that, I can stop for a second and post it. Just let me know. Yeah, I've gotten a few people who have said stuff about the mana leech not being enough. I haven't run into it yet, but as we keep getting more and more levels and keep pushing that mana cost higher, we'll see if there's a certain threshold, and I want to see what that threshold is, that we hit it, that it's an issue. If it is an issue, I can put stuff in there that recommends you take some mana on kill, but honestly, for League Start, I still think it should be okay with just Leech. But if I'm wrong on that, I'm wrong, and we'll change it. I keep forgetting to pick up those tablets. I think we'll start doing tier 14s just because I can buy them off Doriani. And I'll stop forgetting. There we go. How it doesn't take 3 business days? I mean, it's just the tree. So that's why we take the attack speed up here. And like, it's like even on the, when we just switched to constricted command setup, which one is it? Is it, yeah, right here, Thrill of Battle, 20% increase attack speed. And then until you can swap it off, you can also put, and this is what you do when you're coming into it off a campaign, is, where is it? I still have, there it is, rapid attacks 2, socket in here. Yeah, Delhi, I probably should put something in the guide about that. Delhi is not something you want to do on this build until late game. There's a lot of issues that adding Delirium in to a map can cause with it. It's going to affect the clear, but more importantly, at least the problem I run into, is it pushes your stun threshold lower and lower as you push the Delirium percentage higher and higher. So until you get to a point where it can like pop the screen, you want to be pretty careful with that. Let's see if we can get a second Rocky out of here. Apparently the trick is to stream myself doing this to finally get to drop.
Just try it.
So increasing the damage of Resonating Shield increases the initial poison and bleed that we're doing, like what I'm doing right now. But once the Herald chain starts popping off, that damage is actually independent from Resonating Shield, as long as your Resonating Shield did enough initial damage to max out the bleed from the Herald of Bleed effect, or Herald of Blood effect. So if you're looking to scale late game and you're kind of targeting the Heralds, which is what you will probably end up doing late game, you're going to do more ailment magnitude. You can also increase the level of Herald of Blood too, but that's harder to do because most sources of plus levels are melee levels, and Herald of Blood does not have that tag. It's only tagged as attack. What helps with Delhi? That is something like I want to playtest that too. It should be stun threshold, and it should be ailment magnitude on the Heralds. But with the way Delhi works, and honestly, they probably need to nerf it because it's too strong compared to the other league mechanics that you can add onto maps. because it's constantly going to lower your stun threshold lower and lower the higher it gets, and it's constantly going to lower the clear with the way it works. But if you have enough magnitude and if your bleeds still do the max for Herald of Blood, it should still keep popping everything. But I need to see how far it can be pushed in like super high deli maps. And it could be the answer is you just don't want to do that. Like, even if you can, maybe it's too high investment and it's worth just to do that type of farm on a different build. You could do it. I mean, I'm glad to hear like somebody's got it to that level. I just don't know. I really don't like the way deli scales for melee. It just seems like a mechanic they made, and like when they wrote the equation for how deli works, it's like they didn't think about melee at all. They just thought about range and how it's already blowing everything up, and oh, we can make it more difficult for them.
Why do you reject me? All I have done in your honor. So be it. I will save my people myself.
Yeah, I briefly looked at some of the mods those new crafts can roll. I tried to do one on my Mjolnir build, and I got one, but they are such a pain in the butt to actually roll. Like, chaos spamming is not fun on those. Alright, I keep forgetting I'm actually on Nebulok now, so I should be paying attention to that. Well, no Rocky Autos. Only one for us today. It shouldn't make a difference whether you have a wand or a mace in your main hand. Let's see, there's a desert over there. You know what? I bet. Let's revisit this.
What is it? This is all we have. See what you can achieve with that. Time is of the essence.
Unspec momentum and went for unbreakable. Yeah. I mean, as soon as you get comfortable and you've done a few, followed a few build guides, I always think you should change it. Change the guides to suit what you think feels best. Because if you're running into a problem, it's better to change it to fix whatever that problem is than to try and just like, oh, this one's the highest DPS, so we should do this, or oh, this is more movement speed, so I can't make this change. It is interesting though, because the stun threshold, until you are adding like the late game stuff, does seem better to me. Like, I'm not running into as many times where it's like I'm holding resonating and like actually like getting heavy stun from blocking attacks. Usually it's just because I sprint into a pack and get heavy stunned. And it's like I'm still not on very good gear as far as like defenses, 2k health and whatnot, but seems alright. And trying to do abysses, I know I need more chaos res too. Yeah, it was in standard, but I playtested a version of this build that was on Pathfinder. It was super nice having that, where you could just ignore heavy stun from sprinting. That's a pretty juicy, is that, no, it's right here. It is interesting, their Atlas changes is like, you can't unallocate them, and then you end up in these situations where like you have this crazy stuff on a character that just made it into in-game. It's like, this is fine, but what if you were just trying to do a whatever build that you were just swinging it? It's like, even this is not easy.
Just won't save you.
Almost. Come on.
Die eventually.
Just try it.
Yeah, this isn't so much for shield skills, but I also hold the opinion that a lot of melee skills in this game really should have, like, in other games it's like super armor, where like you don't risk, when you're using the skill itself, you don't risk getting light stunned, knocked out of the animation. Because that's what really feels bad to melee, when that happens, when you're first starting, and it's like you're already innately going to be at a disadvantage as melee in these type of games. It's like, I feel like they could make that change and it would not be a big deal. It would just make it a lot nicer for people to play. Yeah. That's the thing, is this is not normal progression at this point. Like, my Atlas is all filled out. Where were you? I haven't pulled this up for a while. Yeah, it's all filled out, so the maps are going to be a lot more juicier than they would be on League, like a League start. You're asking about the Pathfinder version. It works. I don't think it's the best. It's just if you were wanting this type of build and then you want it to be like really, really fast and do some interesting things with it, you can do it on Pathfinder. Although I did that because they added also on Pathfinder where you can start from the warrior part of the tree. But this league you could also just do it on Pathfinder and use the jewel to do the same thing, or maybe it's not even worth doing that. I didn't really min-max it at all. I just wanted to see how it felt, and I had that character in standard and I just threw my warrior gear on it. It was cool. It moved really quick, but I didn't think it was good enough to really go for again. Just kind of neat. You can move fast and blow everything up. I had somebody say they did on Gemly and it went well for them. I don't really have any more information other than that. But Gemly starts in a good place in the tree to do this. Yeah, I have a feeling Titan's still best too. Although I do have to say at the end on my druid, it was pretty strong. This is the same boss that's in the map. Could have given me something more interesting than this. Yeah, some of these bosses, when they get all this juice and it's like you're just running a whatever character that just got into maps. Like, it's late in the league and we're in trade, so whatever. I could stop and fix my gear and make it easy. But I feel like this is another case where you can see it's like something is weird here where it's like you can't unallocate some of this. It's like, is this really, you really want people running into this like map to map? Probably not. I don't think very many people have gone and done the second character. If they have, they're probably gearing it out in trade. But it's quite difficult when we run into some of these stacking mods. They disable? Okay, I didn't know that. That's probably a lot of my problem is I'm so used to last league where I just like almost immediately jump to T15s. It was like we started at lower tiers of the first star stream, but it's like as soon as I can, I wanted to get into these. Because then I don't have to think about it anymore, right? It's like, oh, like, yeah, I'm not maximizing it because the map level's higher than my level, but I don't have to constantly be worrying about changing map tiers anymore. Alright, there we go. What are we at? 81? Yeah, I'm just looking at my pace here. It looks like, I talked about it earlier in the stream, but I think I might, we'll keep going for a while longer today, but I think I might do a second stream tomorrow too, where we really get into like the in-game, like 90, level 90 plus stuff and seeing what we can put together and what changes we can make. You're on your third character. Yeah, it's that fucking attack again. Fucking anchor attack. I usually make a few characters each league, but I'm not one to like constantly reroll and reroll. I think links might be disabled. I don't know if that's a setting I can or should be changing on my end. I think by default, YouTube doesn't allow that. Yeah, I was pretty tempted to do martial artist as a league. My first character is a league start, but I opted for something else. After this map here, I'll pull up the druid here who's on the Mjolnir setup, so you guys can see what that looks like. I don't recommend you build it right now. It's not, in my opinion, it's not good enough. It does work though. Alright, note to self, dodge the anchor.
None may leave this accursed island.
I'm not ready.
Discipline.
Alright, so I do need to get one block. And not that, because he can't block it. There we go. Something is weird there. I'm not trying to kill him now. I'm trying to just see what's going wrong here. It does feel like it's less damage than it should be at this point. It's the map mods. I'm pretty sure. I'll double check it after the map. Unless it's swapped back. No, I'm pretty sure it's right. But that's actually okay, because that means I want to save this snapshot. Oh, I'm dying on burning ground, aren't I? Yeah, oh well. Let's see, let's just go ahead and like level 81. Well, I mean, I'm still running on a lot of subpar gear, but I felt like it should have been stronger than it was there. Oh, actually, you know what? One thing it is, is I haven't been paying attention to this. I need to be actually leveling my skills up. Are we at this point yet? Yeah, so this is a lot of it. Because as you know, as you go up in tiers, you can just keep using the same gem levels as you did in campaign. Does not cause any issues whatsoever.
Yes? These are our supplies. Go.
Let's see. We'll go to the next boss. See if we'll kind of slow down on the boss kill this time too, and see if that is the main difference. I have a feeling it is. It's like, yeah, it's like I can get the shield wall pop with 2 resonatings now too. Yeah, I think we still want shield charge from bosses, but For mapping, I can probably drop having to use it most of the time. Yeah. I still find the fact that you can just do that with resonating like crazy. Just walk in, hold your shield up. Doesn't matter. Yeah, my resonating, what's it at now? I have rage, but let's see, it's at a 7,500. So we are not there yet. But that's why you shouldn't worry about the tooltip too much. It's a good indicator of the power, but you can still make it work with a lower tooltip. Alright, so let's get our endurance charge. And drop the shield wall. What's that look like? Yeah, it's much better. So it's just a case of we forgot to level our skills up as we were going up levels and up map tiers. There's another charge. That was out of range. Is that any good? I don't think so.
Good.
Yeah, make sure you're not socking that in. That's why we actually have this. It shouldn't do it because I'm pretty sure in all the guides now it's fixed where it only is in one. But if you do this support, it makes it where it won't spin endurance charges, it spins rage instead. Because it can eat your charges. We're probably getting to the point of the game here where I don't need to hold back on the shield either, because this is only 600 armor on the shield. As I'm pushing T15s, so it's probably time for an upgrade. This map's always pretty good. It usually has high density. And high density equals that. Yeah, I still get that. That's probably one of the most frequent questions I get is the locking the shield to both weapons. I haven't had it in the last few days, but I had people even whispering me in-game about that. I still don't think it's too well known overall. But once you learn that that exists in the game, not even just like shield builds, but like there's all kinds of stuff you can do with setting up your weapon swap points to make your builds better. I'm sure that utility belt is a mage blood, so we'll pick that up. So you hold the correct rotation. I'll try and make sure I don't screw it up. But you hold Resonating Shield to get a block off from Magma Barrier, and that gets you your endurance charged. And you drop down the shield wall, and then you blow it up. Bosses do have a 5-second DR. I think it's 5 seconds. So ideally you want to blow it up when they don't have the DR. But get your endurance, drop, and then blow it up like that. If you have your weapon swaps set up properly, you don't have to worry about that. It just works automatically. It switches between the weapons. So you drop down the shield wall on that snabby lock, then you do resonating, and that blows it up. Because it snapshots, because shield wall is a placed object, it snapshots the fact that it's 100% crit at the time that you place it down. So it actually does not matter what weapon set you're on when you blow it up. Alright, what do we got here? I think I decided Rage is where we're going next. I'll do that, and then you get 2 points, and we can do this. And increases our stun threshold. And I think I already picked these up here. That was the other weapon set points. Got those. And you have that. Okay. This should actually be a decent upgrade allocating those points there, because there'll be a lot more rage that we get. Although my rage generation right now, because I'm just using the super basic jewels for rage on hit generation, it's not that amazing. But once it gets up there, it should be good. Oh, you know what? I forgot. So there's like probably 1 or 2 maps ago I said I was going to show you guys a Mjolnir build real quick. And do that after this one. because I know I had some people ask me about it. Yeah, we hit some type of DR reduction there.
You won't get away from me. Rage all you want, beast.
And I forget a lot of times, but ideally you want to do that too. You want a war cry before you drop the shield wall so you can get the extra damage and possibly an ignite too. You don't need to worry about it too much, which is why I get kind of lazy once you're in the in-game, but that is more DPS. Yeah, there's some crazy bonuses. I saw late last night, I was about ready to go to bed, and then he made me stay up late. Is Wooly had that crazy video where he was doing the perfect strike build. If you guys haven't seen it, just I imagine you can just go on YouTube and type PoE2 perfect strike and look for recent videos. Wooly should pop up. Pretty insane. Pretty cool too. And there's probably some more stuff hitting in Gemling we haven't even found or tested enough yet. That's really good. Let me talking about different builds and showing them off. Let me show you the Mjolnir build here real quick. My load times are getting worse and worse each day in this new patch. There we go. You think Perfect Strike is so yuck until you or you did watch it, yeah. I don't know. Like, I'd have to see the math behind it, I guess, but it looked pretty dang good and fun to play to me. Okay. Yeah, Slick should be a fun one to show off on this. All right. So, I don't recommend you build this yet. But it is using some cool stuff. Eyes of the Runefather here. The reason we're using this with Mjolnir is because it increases the monster's power. When we, that little effect you see, the blue thing popping out, when that hits monsters, it increases their power, which increases the energy gain on Thunder God's Wrath, which is the Mjolnir proc here. And so even though our Resonating Shield here is pretty low damage, 8600, because the monsters gain a lot of energy, it still pops the Mjolnir proc off a lot. The biggest problem with the build right now is actual recovery. I'm not using the Energy Shield Leech gloves, but if you were to try to use them on this build, it just does not work very well. Energy Shield Leech just really got hit heavily. And then he's sometimes, this is an Enduring Shrine, so that's why they're not blowing up. But, so you can see I take a hit, and I have no way to survive it until I just naturally recover my ES. I have a way to solve this, but it requires basically not going Energy Shield and doing something completely different. But there is some cool stuff here. You can still drop down the shield walls, and if I do it, we got a pack here. Wait to do it for a pack. And you can see if you get a bunch of low health monsters, it just blows them up with Resonating. But the shield wall can actually you place it, and again, because similar to Nebulok, it's a placed object, and then you swap back to weapon set 1. It actually, well, it's just killing him. But if you blow it up, it can proc that, like that. But for the investment of this build and what you see it doing, like, it's not at the level it needs to be yet. And I don't want to say what the setup I'm thinking is, because I don't want to increase the prices on everything when I'm broke still. But I mapped it on POB, and I think it should be a lot better. And we're also, in what I'm thinking of, probably not going to be using Shield Wall in the main version of Mjolnir, because I just don't think it makes sense when you can do more DPS, just dual wielding 2 maces for your single target. We'll still be using the shield, I think, for the mapping clear. Yeah, that's the Mjolnir. Do one more here, and then I'll jump back over to the warrior and keep going on it for a while. See if I can actually make myself pay a bit more attention here and get it going. There we go. I'll avoid clicking the shrines there. Although that's an invulnerable one, so I kind of gotta click it. Because otherwise they're not going to die. And click that off. But you can see those big lightning procs, that's from shield wall exploding, so it does that. But you need to have at least like 5 or so enemies for it to hit, for it to be able to do that. Otherwise it just whiffs.
Crush the intruder!
I still don't know exactly when the immunity on that guy is and when it goes away. Alright, jump back over to the warrior here. I should be taking just a short break here, I think. Like just maybe 3 or 4 minutes. I don't have my, I have the starting stream soon. I should have made one for, like, be right back or something. I don't think I can do that very easily. Yeah, I'll do that for next one.
Fear will best. I'm ready.
got one more level. We're up to 83. It's not too bad for a few hours. I'm sure there's quicker. And I'm sure there's better players than me. He got the endurance charge, and then he teleports away. Classic. Alright, we're just going to do it the lazy notepad way. Alright guys, give me just about 5 minutes here. I'm going to run to the bathroom, refill the drink and everything, and then we'll be back. All right, I'm still just going to kind of sit in the hideout here, but I'm back. I'll at least answer your guys' questions. Constricting command, you only need +4. With corruption, it can roll +5, but that actually doesn't do anything. It's still disabled until you're next to an enemy. That was a change they made, I think last patch or at the end of 0.3. I don't remember exactly. So don't pay extra for a +5. The From Nothing is a big upgrade. I mean, I know the price is fluctuating, but you do want to have an item like that in a build that you can chase for. And when you allocate, it does make a big difference. Like there is the chaos damage. That's not a big part of it. The biggest part is just the extra crit. But then the other big one is this one right here, Chakra of Thought. You just get another 15% increased attack speed. It depends on how much gain this extra chaos you have. You can also get that on jewels. If you really wanted to be spicy, you could add in a Mings, but I don't recommend that. But the gain as extra chaos is nice because you don't have to worry about resistances. So on a physical build, a lot of times it ends up being the best option. And then because you do have that, and because shield attacks are a bunch of flat physical, and you gain this extra chaos, the math usually works out where it's good to pick up those increased chaos damage nodes. But you don't want to go out of your way to do that. That's why you just pick up the notables that have it on it. You don't need to use Bleed 3. As long as you have a 100% chance, it doesn't really matter, but why not? You have plenty of rank 5 support gems, so you can use Bleed 3. The update video is not going to be today. I do have plans to make one and update the guide, but that's partly why we're streaming today, is because I felt like I needed to be on the warrior itself and go through the endgame myself to be able to do that. I still don't see any huge updates, although when we get to the endgame, which is probably not going to be today, and by endgame I mean like level 90 plus, and we're like min-maxing stuff, I do want to take a look at what some of the warriors on PoE Ninja are doing with their pathing. It's more offensive, but they instead of going to the left up here, which is what I did to pick up more defenses, energy shield basically, they go down here and then they path up to Crimson Assault, and then they get a bunch of ailment stuff here, and they pick up crit damage and more poison here. I looked at POB. Honestly, it looks really good, really smart. I don't know who came up with it, but they did a really good job with it. And if you're wanting the most offensive power, I think that's the way to go. And I think probably if you have like Mage Blood and some of the other super in-game stuff, that's also probably what you want to do. But I won't know that for sure, and whether to incorporate it into the guide or not until I do it myself. Or at least I can be pretty sure about it, but I don't want to put it out there until I've done it. The other tricky thing about that is I was trying to think how I want to do this. Like I could, through PoE Ninja, I could go back. They have like this time machine feature where you can go back on the history of builds, and I want to see if I can figure out who did it first. See if I can maybe add them in game and then contact them in game, make sure they're okay with me if I do end up using it, putting it out in the guide or adapting it into the guide. Because I don't want to just rip stuff off from the internet and put it out there. But at the very least, it's worth testing out and mentioning it, that people should look at this guy or that guy and do that for a different setup. And last one here, Arakali's Lust. Is that's the one that increases frequency of poison based on rage? Is that right? I have a hard time sometimes remembering all these names. Oh no, that's Tact Desire. What is this one? April 4 hits. Generally speaking, you don't have enough poison stacks on the enemy. You'll get like 3 or 4 max probably. It's probably not worth it. I'll take a look at, but I don't think so. This one you can sometimes use. I know some people like using this in Resonating Shield. I generally don't, but you can. All right, just about another half a minute here, and then we'll get going again. Deadly Resolve. I tell you what, we will put it in. I generally do not like it, is my answer, but I think I already have Resonating Shield. I have it slotted, even though I'm intentionally leaving it empty right now. We'll put in Deadly Resolve. The thing with this is like it can deal a decent amount if your armor's high enough, but it only works when it's like kind of reactive. And usually I find when you're doing this and you're doing the poison bleed thing is like everything's already popping, and then this thing just doesn't add a whole lot to this style of build. Now in other ones it can be good, but I am generally not a fan. It's like I'll do this, but I don't think it's going to add anything. Like I'll even I can probably get some stacks going and then just sit. Now I know my armor value is somewhat low because I'm still not pushing gear yet, but let's see. Alright, so we got 2 stacks, and let's see what it takes to trigger. See it triggered right there? That didn't really do a whole lot. It just has like such a small hitbox. It's like if you're doing a build where the intention is to do something with it, it can work. I just don't see a reason to do it in this build. And I've tried it on last league. I tried it. I haven't tried it too much this league, taking a second look at it, but I tried it last league, and it's just like it felt like the window of opportunity where it's good to use it is like really small. And it's like in most of the cases, it feels to me like most builds outscale that thing like really quick. And then it's better just to put something else in there, like even just like more AoE or something. Pick up those support gems because we're going to... I'm always going through them because we're playtesting a bunch of different stuff.
Fear will best you.
And I think one thing is I'm going to go ahead and upgrade the shield. Like I'm mid-level 80s almost here. We're pushing the high-tier maps. It's time to upgrade the shield. There's no reason to keep intentionally at low at 600. You can kind of get the idea that you can still make it work at a low level. So we won't go crazy with it, but we'll trade for like a, I don't know, 1200 armor shield or something.
My king nears.
3 endurance charges. That's nice. Alright, so there's our crappy shield. Level 45. I picked this guy up in campaign. Just reeled it, hit the armor. Great. But I think it's time for an upgrade. So let's see. Shield. Armor. Where's that? 1200 armor. And ideally I should be fixing my resistances too. This will be stat here. So we'll go pseudo and we'll go total. I don't know, like this is probably pretty cheap, right? Alright, what'd I mess up here? Shield 1200 pseudo. Is it that? Oh, I see what I did. It's that one, I think. Yeah, there we go. All right, cool. We'll just go the first one. We can get this 7EX shield. There's chance to aggravate bleeding on targets hit with attacks on Heart of the Well. It should benefit it. Just keep in mind the base of Herald of Blood. Like if we pull up the skill here, like this already has a chance to aggravate bleeding. So in your map clear portion of that, it's usually fine without adding any extra aggravation on top. You can see 46% chance to aggravate. Single target is where you want to start considering aggravating the bleeding, and that is probably a lot of the reason why the some of the other warriors in PoE Ninja are coming down and doing the Crimson Assault thing. When I've tried to look at some of these other ones like this, like 10% chance, generally it doesn't seem worth it, but I think that's why Crimson Assault would be really good in this, and then you're close to the other ailment stuff and crit damage there too. So that's what we're going to play test at the end game, is seeing how their setup feels to play. I would say like on the jewel you're talking about there, you can get it, but it's probably not the best mod you can get. Generally on that jewel, I think you want damage gained as chaos, probably something with rage too, and if you can find it as well, if you're having mana problems in the end game, get the one with mana on kill on it too. No, I only have one exalt.
I'll fill that in as soon as I can. Let's see if there are any takers.
All right, so here's our 7 exalt shield. Put some armor scraps on it, toss in an iron rune, and call it good enough.
Hail.
All right, clean up my inventory a bit here. Oh, what am I doing? Because this is a mage blood, right? Oh, dang, it's not. All right, jewel and waystones, and we'll get back to it. Let's see. Surely we're good enough to just go into T15s now, right? I mean, as much as you can get is good. Rage is a really good multiplier, but in the build, it's you're mostly just getting max rage from these nodes down here. What's good is if you can get a rare radius jewel that has rage on hit, and if you can put it in this slot right here, because you're next to all these notables that we're taking. If you get one that's like 1 rage on hit per notable, that's like 5 rage on hit. 6 if you're taking tempered defenses down here too. That's a really good spot for it. Leech is instant. You know, I didn't think about that. That's worth playtesting. I kind of doubt it because I don't think it's going to have enough value. The thing with Leech, and part of why it works pretty well, is because your Herald of Blood is hitting and it's leeching because it's an attack. So as long as you're getting pops, the Leech is constantly reapplying, even though you're only getting 1 instance of it. But it's worth playtesting. I'll have to, I'll put that in my notes. Actually, can that even roll on that jewel anymore? I'm not even sure that can roll. I'll have to look it up. Because I thought, didn't they remove most of that from the... I thought I remember now reading in the patch notes that that's not a thing on most of the sources of it. Isn't it just like Vault Pact now?
Just try it. Put it down. I'm glad you were.
Also, as per usual, I don't know if you guys were paying attention, but I on my warrior here, the only thing I've taken so far for ascendancies is these. We haven't bothered with the other ones yet. So for more survivability, I'll be doing that. I'll probably do it off stream just because it's honestly kind of boring to do the ascendancies in my opinion. I don't hate them that much, but after you've done it a few times, I don't know how well it holds up. Ooh, 2 ritual tablets. Those can potentially be worth some money.
Whispered shadow.
Oh man, this is so much nicer now that I have a somewhat decent shield.
Suffer.
I need more time.
Oh my god, what is this slow? Oh, temp chains. You know what? I don't care about that exile. For Herald of Plague specifically, you want to do level 10, and then you sock it in a Chaos Mastery to make it level 11. All that does is spread your poisons, so it's not too important to upgrade it, but if you do it that way, that makes the radius 1.7, if I remember correctly, and it keeps the dex requirement pretty low. Yeah, that was a bad shield wall. Yeah, it's funny. He gets that like damage immunity, and then just the poisons and bleeds finish him off there. Yeah, so Herald of Plague, I think mine's not correct because I picked this up earlier, but you would cut it level 10 and then get +1 from Chaos Mastery. And all that does is change this 1.6 to 1.7. So you can use that. I was playing around with that in my druid setup. It depends on the content you're doing. So it will speed up the herald chain, but that's not actually always a good thing, because what can happen when you have enough magnitude of ailments and you have that chain going is you actually want to delay how quick it pops, because what happens is enemies can actually run from outside the screen in to the explosion chain and then keep it going longer. But if you're in the situation where you're just trying to like kill what's in front of you immediately quick, like say it's a really dangerous like delirium or something, then you might consider that support in Herald of Blood. Oh wow, oh what that's about. I don't have any like rarity or anything, so I'm not quite sure what's with the back-to-back divines. Reputation, I played around with it. I don't know if it's worth putting in the full build, especially because in order to make Reputation work, it does need a decent chunk, like probably 300 to 400 ward. I don't think you would want to use it unless you have that much, because then it'll actually start lowering stun threshold. But it can be a nice emergency button. It does have a cooldown now. Cooldown doesn't recover while it's active. But the thing you can do with it is, again, if you're in a dangerous situation, you can use Reputation before you go to place down your shield wall. And then you'll actually be blocking all attacks while you're placing the shield wall. So that can make that a lot safer. Because it can be the most dangerous time in the build is when you're placing the shield wall down, because you're losing the active block. And with Reputation, you're still active blocking. I wouldn't be surprised if at the end of the week this week they actually buff some ward stuff. Not so much the skills, but as far as like, I bet you they will make ward not take as much off defenses in the end game. And then at that point we might take a second look at it. Yeah, nice to actually have a somewhat decent shield to be able to do that. Yeah, the sound design is great overall in this game, but this one's really, really nice. As long as you don't mind the shield banging. I kind of like it, but I can see how for some people it'd get annoying after a while. Yeah, I'm partial to magnified area as well in that support. I think it's just better overall. But like I said, depending on the content, you might consider the other one. It's like you can kind of see the effect with this Gloom Shrine. It's like, so this is going to kill everything faster, but it's like because the explosions aren't happening, it's like you're not getting quite the chain. So it's like sometimes it's actually better to take the Gloom Shrine off, and it's like now we're getting those again, and that can actually be a benefit. That was my I don't know if you guys caught that there. That was a no mana there. I wasn't paying attention if it was a mana donut or if that was actually Let me pay a bit more attention there if we're actually running into our first mana problems here. I don't think so, because I can still just do this and it's fine. Oh, there's a mana donut? Yeah, I think it was a mana donut. Now we're getting into the in-game stuff of the warrior. This is a noticeable difference between the druid, is I have a lot more stun threshold here. I would have had to have been more careful doing that on the druid. Mageblade or Headhunter? I have a feeling Headhunter is probably good in, or the best in most circumstances, but I also don't like using Headhunter, so I'd probably use Mageblade instead. And Ryzlothis is just strong overall for it. And if you're not having to move around, boss killing specifically yet, it can be really good. If you want to use a unique as a skin, you have to buy a skin transfer. They're really cheap. They're like 4 gold or whatever they their currency is called. I forget, but they are consumable, so you can only you can only use them once, and then you it's stuck to that item. So unlike their other cosmetics where you can just swap them out freely, it's a it's really cheap, but it is consumable. Oh, I should be killing these guys for that reason. Now we got the Abyssal Pit in the boss arena. This is always a good time. All right, so just to show it, that was a let the rage fall off, a 6,200 resonating shield and a 1,300 tower shield there. On most stuff with 4 supports, and we're not using Deadly Resolve. That was just to show somebody and test it earlier. You can get them without doing the cloud thing. It's just a lot rarer. It's just, it can be really tricky, especially on melee. Like ranged builds have a lot easier time on it, but just try and kite them out of the cloud. Even if they're hitting just like the very edge of the cloud, it won't do it. But if you kill them out of the cloud and they have that specific mod, it does increase the chance quite a bit. The one you really want is the Omen of Light, and I mean, I've gotten some of those echoes, but we haven't gotten an Omen of Light today. Let's see. So yeah, this guy, the one that has Amanama's Void, these are the guys you want to pay attention to. So try and kill him like that. So see, we actually did it there. That's the other drop you can get. Try and kill him out of the cloud, and it does it. But sometimes with this build specifically too, is like your poisons and bleeds can take him out before you have the chance. So like I said, it's not the best build for it. Range has a easier time with it, but you can make it work. Skill speed, attack speed is generally the same thing. It one's not better than the other. The only advantage skill speed has is it increases your Warcry speed at the same time too.
Good eye. Let's run this witch down.
Yeah, I'm not gonna heavy stun by one single skeleton. I'm not going to worry about following that wisp. Starting to get some decent XP here in some of these maps. Alright, boss time. So we're going to block one attack, get our in charge, and then blow them up. Warcry, drop, blow it up. Like that. Got a second one. Bad placement on shield wall. Blow it up. Any new tech? No, I'll just say no for now. There's a couple things I'm thinking of, but I need to test them. And the things I'm thinking of are pretty late game too.
Yes.
Oh, it's you. I'll
Like,
tend
seems pretty good, pretty low gear to put together still. Not running into issues yet. We'll keep pushing the levels up. We'll see if we run into mana issues with which some people have. Right now we're just doing the leech stuff and that's it. There's probably some small optimizations I can make, especially to the in-game tree, and I especially after I've seen how the in-game build planner does it here. I don't like how the guide is written for the early constricting command version and the league start, because I initially wrote that like as your base, like you get constricting command and here's what you want to allocate, and then as you level up add points from the other tree. That just doesn't really work with the in-game planner here very well, so need to change that. Actually fill out those points. I think on the level 91 here. I'm on the constricting command early. Let's go over here. I think what we're going to do next, I want to start heading down here because I want those shield points for the movement speed, because that is really nice once you can get it. And I need like, I'll just wait 2 more levels and we can connect there, unconnect that path that we kind of did on the fly earlier. It can make sense in the fact that it does it. So you can do that. You can take Giant's Blood and you can You can do that, and that's going to get you more levels and more damage. It does come at the cost of losing some life, which is why I don't like taking it if I don't have to. But if you're wanting to push like the DPS specifically as high as you can, yes. If you're wanting to avoid having to do the endurance charge thing, yes, and it's still enough damage that it works, you can do that. I can't remember off the top of my head whether the warriors that also come over to Crimson Assault, if they're doing that and not doing the Nebula thing. I need to look into that. But the short answer is you can do it, but I don't recommend it as you're first putting the build together. I would only consider it if you're trying to min-max at the end game.
Face me!
Generally speaking, as you're doing it like in a League Start scenario, I don't see Giant's Blood being worth the trade-off. The only thing, this is not my idea, and forgive me for not remembering the creator's name off the top of my head, but there's a build where you can do shield wall stuff using the shrine mace that gives you shrine buffs. That's pretty cool, and that could be worth taking Giant's Blood with, because it gets you like some shrine and power early. For the most part, though, I'm so defensively minded that I don't like taking stuff like that unless I have to, because it lowers your life pool.
Stand the heat.
Which hammer are you talking about? I'm not sure. I don't think I paid attention. Which one is that? That's not the cold damage one, is it? I thought that was in the game. Man, doing this last league would have just got me killed so quickly. Like, it's definitely noticeable, the change they made on the stun threshold stuff. I'm not very good with remembering all the different rune names. If you tell me what effect it has, I might be able to answer that question. Which one is that? I'll look it up on the exchange here after this map. Oh, the decay modifiers. I'll take a quick look here. I had a brief look at him and I didn't see anything that like jumped at me out at me as like super overpowered, but that doesn't mean there's not anything good in him. So you're talking about this one. Modifiers. Magnitude of bleeding. Magnitude of poison. And then there's increased magnitude. It's a prefix. Yeah, I mean, if you don't care about armor on your gloves or anything, that's good. Duration, generally probably not duration. I assume it's these ones you're talking about. Yeah, those look pretty good. I think that's definitely an in-game thing. I don't think it's going to do anything crazy to the build, but it would be a good thing to add. The thing is these some of those mods are such a pain in the butt to roll. Like, where is it? Yeah, here. I've been trying to roll these gloves for a different build. It's like you spend so much chaos trying to roll these damn things. Like I wasted like 20 div in chaos. Just trying to re-roll this, and I never got what I wanted. It's like I wish there was an easier way to do that. So I took a second look at it. I think in general, and it depends on the amounts, right? It depends on how much which item and which mod gives you. In general, though, the gain damage that's extra is going to be better. And then second to that is ailment magnitude. But like I say, it kind of depends on what you're trying to do. Ideally, you can just get both, right? Can't do that in gloves, so that's why I was looking at the gloves. It's like, yeah, that'd be good. But I do think I took a look at it again on like the weapon. It's like I think you, in almost all cases, do want the damage that's extra. Where should I even be heading here? I kind of lost my goal in the first part of the stream. We were hitting all those Jade Isles. Maybe I should just keep going over here and hope to find some. I think that shard is very expensive, is what I think right now. Yeah, there's good stuff you can do with it, but I haven't come across one myself, and I haven't bought one just because they keep going up in price, and I've been looking at other things. I'm pretty broke right now. Although we did just get a Rocky Autos early in stream, so maybe that's not the case anymore. No, never mind. I'm not going to say that. Not yet, at least. I'll think about it. It's a, I was saying, but there's a super late in-game thing that any build can do that's kind of expensive, but is so powerful that I don't think it's well known yet, but it probably will be. But it's also pretty sure it's a bug, even though it's like not explicitly a bug. It's pretty obviously unintended, so I don't know how much I want to say about it. Yeah, reading chat there, not paying attention. No. That's part of the reason I am not the best at making currency when it gets to this point in the league, is like I am not very good about sticking to a direction. I can be kind of aimless. But what I have been doing and what finally worked on stream today is hunting down Jade Isles. And the way I've been doing that is going along the shoreline, and you find more of them because they can spawn down there. And it's just a bunch of water. The other thing you can do is, depending on where you're mapping, sometimes you can get the logbook icon where you can open up a logbook and go further into the ocean. And there's a certain line of text you can see before you use the logbook that tells you whether you get the really good unique map. And so you can see if that unique map is on there, and if it is, you can use the logbook. But I haven't gotten that either. I've done a lot of expedition, and I've only found one of those unique maps. What is like your gearing level at, and like level of your character? Like what type of content are you doing that's having trouble clearing, that you're wanting, or not necessarily having trouble clearing, but that you're wanting more clear on? Because that'll give me an idea of like what to actually suggest. Because I like to be kind of careful about not always making the solution like some super high-end thing, but if that's where you're at, then there's things you can do. Super endgame. A lot of it is jewels. That's where you're going to get a lot of the power from. If you can get gain damage as extra, that helps a lot. Element magnitude helps a lot. Let me show you one thing you can do. Real quick, I'll log into my druid because he has one that's kind of like what you want. So I'm going to show you this on my druid, but you're going to put it in a different spot. You're probably going to put it in the spot that we normally have for our radius jewel for the hit. I don't know what the overlap is exactly, but you want to start looking at stuff like this. So this is his jewel. Against the darkness, so get one that has gain, damage is extra. Chaos is the best one. There are against the darkness, this is a roll double damage, but those are like crazy expensive. This is kind of like a mid-range price one, but they're still pretty expensive. But you can look at something like this, and on the warrior you would probably put it down here in the socket. So it'll give you a bunch of gain damage extra, which is going to affect the herald explosion. So stuff like that, Heart of the Wells too, you'll only be getting more than likely one gain as extra, although again, if you get into expensive stuff, you can get more than that. I think you can even get up to 3 with some of the crazy extra, they roll an extra mod sometimes, but that, I don't know, that's getting a bit out there, even for me. You do, but this is the thing you start to have to do on like in-game setups, is you start to have to figure out where you can put this, and if you gain it here, where can you make up for it? So there's other ways you can get rage on hit. Now, as far as what the best way is, like off the top of my head, I'm probably not going to be able to figure that out like on the fly on stream, because I haven't done like a super in-game setup on the warrior since 0.3. And it probably looks a lot different. That's part of why we're doing this. Doing the warrior. So I can actually have one and playtest them here at the high end. Because we're getting close here. We're 86. Once we start getting into the level 90 stuff, I'll have an easier time like on the fly. Because I'll have probably figured it out at that point. Like answering some of those questions. But that should give you a direction at least. Yeah, I think the build is just going to have a hard time in Delirium. Just with the way that mechanic works and the way they've coded that Delirium formula. It's like it does not play nice with it. You can force it to work kind of, but I don't think it's going to ever be the best build for that. Even though in theory it should be, because you're like blocking everything, but that's part of the problem. It's like you're going to get stunned unless you have really built up your stun threshold. And then on top of that, it's like as you get higher and higher Delirium, it's going to lower the damage of the Herald Chain, and you should be able to force it to work, but it's at that level, it's like, yeah, you're throwing currency at the problem, which is what all in-game builds end up doing, but there's probably going to be better builds for it at the investment that you're throwing at it.
Just what I need.
But we'll see. Maybe I'll get there, and there's something I'm not thinking of that just solves it, but I kind of doubt it. I haven't messed with the blasphemy repulsion stuff. I saw people doing it. I don't think it would fit very well in a build like this, but maybe you can try it. Let me know how it goes. To me, it just looked kind of silly. I'm sure it's a good fit in other builds, but this one is just like it's pushing them all over the place, and you kind of want them grouped together and cascading explosions on top of each other. It's like, I think there's some anti-synergy there. This is a fantastic spot for an Abyss. What is going on my screen? I don't know. That guy's probably going to die when he's still in the cloud. Oh, nope. Poison killed him when he went out. Alright, neither of these guys are the ones that drop anything good, so we're just gonna peace out. Yeah, I still want to, when I get to in-game, test out that Crimson Assault variation. It looks really good to me. Plus, if I think if I build it and it's like defenses are a problem, then I can start to see like where can I take some of the offensive power away and put it back into defenses.
Come get me! Only as much as it needs to.
All right. Actually, take the time to blow these up because I do want some logbooks. I don't think they're going to change the repulsion just because in one of the interviews Jonathan was talking about it and how he thought it was strong and they hope they didn't have to nerf it, which to me means they probably won't nerf it until it's added into the main game in the next update. So it's probably safe for a couple months. I just, even if it's safe, I don't know how well it would work in something like this. need to click on that shrine. No, yeah, maybe not. They're all dead anyway. Shield wall mana cost is insane. I assume you're talking about it like after you push the levels pretty far up there, right? I'll see when I get there. That reminds me, we've gone some levels on our character. I probably need to check the gems because they're probably a couple levels behind again now. But even at the when I had like the level 30 shield wall, it's like I feel like it still just takes care of itself if you have leech, as long as you don't miss your shield wall. Like I have had that happen. It's like you miss 2 times in a row on a boss and then you're out of mana. Alright, come on. There's my charge. Sorry, I don't have an exclamation build. Because it's just me kind of testing out streaming, especially when I first did it, just to see if I'd even like it. I don't have some of those integrations. I've started to look into kind of what you need to do to set some of it up, but because this is just kind of a side hobby and pretty recent for me, I don't have any of that yet. Let's see, I see the Jade Isles up there, so that's where we're heading. I'm just trying to figure out the quickest way to it. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. None of these are good pathing. 2, 3, 4. I hate doing megalists too. 1, 2, 3. That way. If you want more shield wall damage, you can get that on Hardwell, but the thing is, usually you're just one-shotting stuff with shield wall anyway, so a lot of times it is better to push the clear, and crit damage is not going to help the clear. At least not help it very much. There's better things you can get. You generally want something more consistent because it's not going to crit all that much. I think probably some of you guys know this, but just in case for those who are watching that don't, is like when you hold Resonating Shield and you're blocking everything, you can stand in those on-death effects that blow up, like those fire things that just blew up on me, and you're actually blocking them so they don't actually hit you. Like that. I can just do that and you don't get hit. Yeah, the From Nothing is hard to beat. I really shouldn't. There's something you can do with it, but I'm pretty sure it's a bug, so I don't want to say. You're wanting to see my equipment? It's pretty half-assed right now still. Some of it's stuff I got out of campaign, and then some of it was stuff I threw on just to get it going. But it's not the power level you should be at 87. So you can get at this point a +2 on your gloves, and these are just evasion gloves I found in campaign. You can buy a +4 level of all melee skills off trade for cheap at this point too. Constricting command, so we're using this. This is our unique shield. We just bought this a bit ago. For a while we were using 600 armor shield. Picked this up, put in the socket, and did the armor scraps, and now it's a 1387 shield. Works pretty good. Body armor, kind of whatever. Belt, whatever. Boots, these are good because I stole them off my other character because I needed some resists. Movement speed boots. Ring, nothing too crazy, but you do need to have the leech. Life is mana, damage is mana, damage is life. And then the ring is also kind of just whatever. And then charms, yeah, charms. I think this, when you're just going into game, is the best setup. So thawing charm, ignites are also dangerous, so throw on ignite charm. And then I don't like being slowed, so get a silver charm. And some whatever flasks that I haven't looked at for a long time. That's the gear. Oh, and Nebulock and weapon set too, that's important. And then jewels is this whatever ruby. Rage, we just care about the fact that that gets me some rage, and this whatever ruby, some physical damage and rage. And then this one's empty because I'm being lazy right now. Same with ascendancy up here. It's like at this point I should go back and get this and this, but we just have the important one, which is hulking form. Okay. And I already lost my sense of direction. Where are we going? Opened the map already. Okay. Oh, no, I should definitely be using Fall of the Axe. I just haven't got it yet. I know they're pretty cheap right now. There's no reason not to do it. But I have two thoughts to that. Is one, I'm kind of lazy about like updating gear like frequently as I'm cruising through levels. Usually the way I do it is like I keep going and going and going, and then like have a break and stop and then fix some of that stuff. But the other reason is because I am trying to still kind of see what the power level is like as a League start character, so I can rewrite parts of the guide that need it. Like we haven't found too much yet, but there was a small like passive tree improvement that we already kind of ran into. You don't have to do it, and I'm still not 100% sure I'm going to put in the guide because it's so small that it might be worth not potentially confusing people about, because it would involve a respec later. If you want to upgrade to the Against the Darkness jewel, hold on, pause to read that here. If you're using that jewel, you want to adjust it where you're getting as much of the passives. Ideally, you put it in a spot right where you use those passives, but that jewel is so strong in particular setups that you just take some passives, even if they're not great for you. Like, let's take a look at that spot again. I'm pretty sure you'd put it down here, so you're already taking these. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then you probably want to take tempered defenses, right? This one, to be honest, this is probably not worth the pathing, even at 3 points to do. But if you really wanted to push it, you could. But even at just, that'd be 6, right? So 6, that jewel is going to be really strong in that slot down there. You will have to do, as we were talking about earlier, the you'll have to take a look at your rage generation. And it may be fine without it, like especially if you're taking hits. You already have some rage gain when you're hit. But if you're doing just like rushing bosses, that's where you're going to want some more rage on hit probably. It depends. The prism for resonating shield, if you're having trouble with like hitting stuff quick and wanting it dead quick, it can be worth putting in. But in general, because when you're at the high end, it's more the heralds that you're worrying about, and doing that, it's going to make it easier on the initial hit of resonating shield to kill things. But then the chains, a prism is not going to really increase that on the herald damage. Yeah, I just got a disconnection notice. It looks like it's back on. Did you guys get any interruption there, or is that just on my end? Oh, one thing I should do, and I haven't been doing a good job of picking them up, but is check these. Just my end, good. You can keep upgrading the levels. I think we might be able to do even 19 at this point. Let's see. This is one of those things I always forget. It's like I mentioned earlier, it's like I just keep going and going and going, and then I come back and fix some of this stuff. Yeah, I'm not caring about that yet, but that would be one I should actually, yeah, let's go ahead and fix that. No reason not to, right? How much mana? That's fine. We'll do that. And I think I have a spirit gem here too. And so you can see all that clear was just with level 7 because, yep, forgot to cut it. So we'll go ahead and upgrade that. That should be a pretty significant upgrade there. All right, get back to it. Herald of Blood, if you're wanting to specifically focus on like extra screen pop, maybe. It's not going to make your number go up in like POB or anything, but maybe. I would say grab it and test it if it's that cheap. No. What are my resists at? I haven't checked that for a while. They're still low. Oh, not much. How's it going on your end, man? Probably got another hour or so of stream in me, and then we'll be calling it for the day. But I was thinking I'd hit 90. I'm still not quite there yet, but I think my plan is I'll probably keep going off stream later today, get a bit more levels, and then we'll stream again tomorrow. Put some of the in-game stuff together. That'll give me more time, like before stream 2, to like put it in my inventory, so we're not wasting time on doing that. But it's going good today. I was actually super excited. Today and tomorrow my days off. They get off from work, so I was super excited for them to come up again so I could just binge PoE again all day after taking vacation last week and doing that. Like, for me, this this patch is going to keep delivering for like a whole month at least. Maybe even longer with that, because I keep seeing more and more stuff that's like, oh yeah, I forgot they did that. Oh yeah, I still need to do this. And it's like I have like 2 builds in my back pocket. It's like, yeah, I'll put those together if nobody else does. Yeah. I mean, that was always the plan. I do have to say, though, I did a better job than I sometimes do when I took vacation for it last week. It's like I prepared all my healthy meals ahead of time. I kept up with my workouts. About the only thing I didn't do is go out for jogs or walks. But besides that, you know, relatively healthy as far as like sitting at the computer most of the days. There was definitely that first night, though, where I stayed up like pretty much overnight, and I am getting too old to do that. But it was worth it. I mean, I got Mage Blood, right? So my understanding with the way that works is this league is going to be live for that amount of time, like until they release the next 1.0. But in between there's going to be 1 or 2 like pseudo leagues that are going to be mostly like balance changes, possibly some ascendancies, and then uniques added to them. So I'm actually really looking forward to those, because a lot of what I am interested in is like buildcraft and how all that works, and finding out like, oh, what's the new strong thing, and how does that change here affect this build I had 2 leagues ago? Oh, maybe they'll make this stronger, maybe they'll fix this in melee. So I'm looking forward to those resets. But if you're just wanting to keep playing the current league, yeah, it'll be live till 1.1.0. Those next leagues are going to be optional, but I think they're going to be a lot of fun, to be honest. Is +3 worth it at this point? I feel like the answer is no. Yeah. I don't know for sure, so I'm just going to put those in here. That's worthless, though.
Can I help? Check back soon.
I should probably start doing that on these. You're starting to get into in-game stuff when you're talking about the double anointed amulets. I'm just not trying to push it that far yet. We're kind of intentionally leaving the power level of some of this stuff low, so I can see if I run into the same problems some other people are running into. I'm just going to... I hate how sometimes I always end up with like, sometimes always. I hate how I occasionally end up with my tablets being not all even there. And I know what's causing it, it's just I'm not paying attention.
It's not as hot here as it should be.
Come get me!
And let the chain explosion begin. That is quite a juicy abyss. Oh, we got a breach on top too. This will test the stun threshold. Took a hit there. See, like in here, this is where it's dangerous. So if you go to drop your shield wall, it's like you're not blocking at that point. And that's where you can get yourself in trouble, especially like with that temp bubble. I was like, we did it, but that was not fantastic. Yeah, it can nuke you. That's why I was saying there is a alternate setup, although I don't think I would still overall recommend it in the guide, but you can use reputation in that situation, and that'll fix that problem. It's just like, do you really want to make that a whole part of the build? Probably not. I don't like stuff like that where it's like, oh, in this situation we add this, but then it doesn't contribute to the rest of the build overall. It's like, do we want to solve it that way, or do we just want more stun threshold and attack speed? Probably stun threshold and attack speed. I think the boss is in the top here. Head back up that way. I've seen his build, but I haven't looked at it in depth, and Lex was actually here in chat earlier today. They're both good builds. Pick whichever one you think looks better. I feel like, I said this on the last stream too, I feel like Lex in general has done a better job of updating the guides. I'm trying to get better at that. That's partly why we're doing this today. And I do have, it's going to take me a few days just because I finally have days off again, but I still have to fit in everything else. But I'm going to be doing another pass on the guide and seeing what can be improved about it. As far as the strengths of the build, I think they're both able to do all content. So pick whichever one you like. I really like this, using Resonating Shield to do it, because you're blocking at the same time. And once you get used to this, it's like, it is really strong. Being able to offset, the cost of your defense by having 100% block. And at the same time, you have that block and you're blowing up the screen. Like, the power level of gear that it takes to do this is not very high. No, it's not. That's why I like it as a league starter. It's like you don't even need Nebulock until you can actually find one. You can make it work before then. Your boss damage will be lower, but it still functions. I think I'm one level away, and then we can pick up those reduced movement speed penalty nodes. Those are really nice.
Come get me!
I don't know why that one missed.
Look out!
There we go.
This piece has an iconic history.
Wow, amazing. Do you guys, I do that too at work, so I'm just curious, do any of you guys, besides Gunner, do you do that too? Put some PoE streams on in the background and just work? Listen to them at the same time? Hopefully you hear about some crazy new tech at the same time too. Get home, check it out. That's been most of my mornings. Oh, right. These ones. Yeah, it's my favorite thing. There's been more and more content creators doing podcasts too. When they first started doing that, is like, those were my favorite mornings when I could go to work, put in my earbuds, just listen to those podcasts about PoE, get home that day, play it some more. All right, so I've been hinting at it, but we're talking about crazy things you can hear at work that you get home and check out later. Do you guys want to hear something that's probably bugged but is really strong that you can do?
Come get me!
Yeah, you do. I was waiting for somebody to say something. I was like, oh, maybe they don't care. I'll show you as soon as I get to the end of this map here. I'll show you. I would expect what I'm going to show you to be patched out at some point, but right now I've only seen one person talk about it in like a thread that got just a few views.
While he's down. Cannot die.
I am not the best person to ask for making currency. Like, I just play a lot, and that's how I end up with currency, is eventually I get stuff. I did a lot of expedition. that worked out well, decent enough at the Star League, but then I stopped getting lucky in it, and now I'm just kind of hopping around hoping for Rocky Autos because I also need it for my build. I think there's something with Breach, and it would be pretty easy to do with this build, but I don't know what that something is yet. I just know Mark was talking about using a bunch of Breach tablets. So there's something in there that he's doing. Okay, so I'm going to pull up Path of Building here and I'll show you. Okay, so you guys, a few of you were asking about the secret notables, right? So some of you probably already know this exists. Some of you probably don't. But there's this anointable up here, which is Zarok's Gift. This gives you, if you anoint this on your amulet, it gives you a extra jewel socket, which by itself is really strong, right? You can put in an extra jewel. But what happens if you anoint this and then you put in a from nothing jewel? So if you put in a from nothing jewel up here, like say, for example, in our build where we want this one, where you can allocate passive points around resonance, you can do that. And then what you do is you leave that from nothing in here, and then you anoint something else. And you can still allocate the passive points over here, but now you don't have to use a jewel socket with your from nothing. You just get a free from nothing. All it costs you is currency. Now, if you do that, expect it to go away in the next few days. I don't know how long that's going to last. I don't think you'll get in trouble because it doesn't seem like that crazy to me, but right now that exists. Yeah, it's broken in OP. Oh, I'm going to click off Delhi. I don't think we want to be doing Delhi yet.
Thank the Presidents. The fog is clearing.
Yeah. No, it's interesting.
I won't let you.
Yeah, that's the thing, is it's high end only. It's not like some secret thing you can do at low level. And that's not a cheap anoint either. Yeah, I'm not doing it yet, but I think that is going to be one of my other farms is doing Breach. Just because I've cleared so much of the Atlas, it's like I have a bunch of hive colonies ready to go. The only problem I might have with that is sometimes that can get a bit boring to me, but it's good currency. Again, stuck on the terrain here. This, we're not to the boss yet, but we should be coming up on it. Yeah, right here. This boss can be a pain in the butt on builds that use shield wall, just because you kind of got to, if you try and place your shield wall like this, it doesn't work because there's the pit there. You gotta kind of turn your character and place it like right there. Kind of annoying. He also just has a lot of health compared to all the other bosses. I should be... And yeah, that's the other thing, is he doesn't do very many attacks that are blockable. Like there's that one. And then we can actually get the damage. But he just does a whole lot of nothing. Yeah, I died my fair share of times and probably will in the future too on that. And I always get the strangest place these Jade Isles pop up in.
Death is better than imprisonment.
Yeah, probably like, actually I'll just do a hard cutoff. I'll set myself a timer here, like 20 minutes or so. I'll be stop and stream, go get some lunch. Like I said, I think I'll be streaming around the same time tomorrow. If you guys are around then, feel free to hop in as well. Tomorrow should hopefully be like the level 90 plus stuff. I'll be playing more today, try and pre-prep some of that stuff. And we can actually get into the nitty-gritty of optimizing. I have to say, I so far today have not really seen the mana problems. Just using Leech, it seems fine. But maybe we'll hit that tomorrow. I'll probably later today to start probably later today I'll start putting together like the character more and do the ascendancies and stuff, because right now we are still on just the 2 ascendancy points for or 4 ascendancy points for the hulking form. And I know they nerfed Leech, but it is still really strong. Like, I sometimes wonder if I have any business staying alive through all of that.
Another one down. Good work.
Come, Jinga. A new purpose awaits.
Alright, I think we're almost at the boss here. Yep. Oh, that was a bad time to put down a shield wall. Don't do it when the ground is exploding underneath you. Alright, let's see if we can do this quick here. It'd be nice if I could end the stream on that Jade Isle so you can have one more lucky Gamba moment. See, which way are we going here? Down and around, I think. Down this way, though. Nope. Right when I think I know the layouts better, I am proven wrong. Yeah, I swear, you will forever be able to rotate the map 90 degrees counterclockwise, and it will trip me up 100% of the time. Alright, where are we? We're probably up here, right? Yep, there we go. Would have been nice if it went that way the first time. Alright, what do we got? Oh, we got another map here that's that could be what's connecting to the Jade Isles, but it's not actually connected on the Atlas. I have had that happen, not yet this patch, but a couple times in previous patches, previous leagues, where that happens, and you just can't get to the Jade Isles. I'm curious to see whether they're going to patch anything this week. I'm expecting some changes, probably to the ward stuff. I expect them to change it where it doesn't take quite as much of the defense off some of your gear pieces at the end game. I'm curious whether they're going to package anything else with that change. I know, if you guys didn't catch some of the interview stuff, I know Mark was talking about changing how some of the expedition stuff works too, like the remnants, and getting more logbooks to drop and stuff like that. Alright, get my one endurance charge. Do that. Do it again. And that should be it. Alright, so we're going to hope this augury here, gotta do one hideout map here. We're going to hope that augury connects to that Jade Isles, otherwise that's quite unfortunate. I have a feeling they're going to not buff it at like the top end, but probably make logbooks more common, and then probably they might improve remnants. I think the other thing he talked about too, now that I'm thinking of it, is the underground areas, probably making them better. I think he mentioned that. As always with some of their changes, you never know. Most of the time, they make it better. Some of the time, it really amounts to nothing. And then every now and then, it actually makes it worse. So, we'll see which one it is. Yeah, it's my main source of currency too. I'd say like the first couple days was me just picking up stuff and trying to sell it. But then after that, I did Expedition. Sorry if my mic picked that up. Got my cold coffee here. It's been sitting there for like an hour. It's like, I should probably finish that off. Yeah, maps like this is like, this one you notice like there's something not quite right with some of the melee stuff. Or maybe it's just specifically like resonating shield type things like this where you can move and do it at the same time. It's like, because you have the corruption guys popping up and getting your way. You have the narrow hallways. And anytime any of these things get in your way, it's like blocking your progress. It's not like it makes it not work or really that much harder, but it just, something feels off about it. I don't know if there's anything you can do to improve it or not. Oh, progress is good. I think we're probably just about done with the stream though. We're almost level 90, but I got a Jade Isles hopefully after this, because I also have a bugged connecting map on the Atlas to Jade Isles, so this is the last one that it could be if it's not bugged. And we're going to do that, and then I think we're going to end stream there. And then I'll be picking it up again tomorrow with some of the level 90 plus in-game stuff. Yeah, that was bad. There we go. Oh, and we got it. So thank God, because if it wasn't that, it was going to be a bugged Jade Isles. Yeah, yeah. Collision box discussion. I was just saying there's something weird, particularly, you probably caught it, but it was like the corruption there with the mobs popping on top of you. It's like, yeah, then it starts to feel weird on top of the narrow hallways. Actually, I should give myself a couple deaths here just in case. And again, if I was optimizing this, I would switch to another character, but whatever. We're just going to send it. So the new video, I mean, I wish I could do it faster, but it's at the very least going to be a few days out. I have today and tomorrow off work. That's why we're pushing PoE pretty hard. That's why we're streaming, so I could see some of your guys' questions, figure out the problems with the build. And then I do plan on doing another pass on it and updating it, but all that stuff unfortunately just takes time. And since this is not full-time, it's just like a side hobby that, to be fair, I've enjoyed a lot more than I thought I would. But once all that's done, I'll be doing that. But at the earliest, a few days, and to be honest with you, probably a bit longer than that, because I'm not the quickest at editing. If I don't care too much about the editing, I can do that. At the very least, I could have the written guide updates and stuff done pretty quickly. But the soonest on that, again, is a few days. Don't expect any huge changes to it. There's just some like optimization stuff, and then the main thing that needs work is just the really in-game stuff. Yeah, do I really care about these? Probably not.
Your head shall be my prize. No more.
Gold ring, sure. And we'll take the sapphire too. Yeah. Thought I dropped a shield wall, but I just dropped air there. Alright, let's see if we got streamer client enabled this time here too.
Remember this day. If you survive.
Come on. Come on. There you go.
Challenge a chieftain. I must be stronger. For the Cardinal.
Yeah, it would just be a bonus if it happens. It'd be a cool way to end stream too, so that's honestly why I'm thinking it's not going to happen. But might as well give it a shot.
Know the might. I am the true Nakuramatu. Now you will die. Lend me your strength, Tokuhama. This is not the way. What? Why do you reject me?
I have been trying for Rocky Eddas like all week, and then we finally got one on stream. The first one today.
People, myself.
But this one would be nice because it funds some of my other build ideas.
The power.
I unfortunately have to save the first one I got because I need it for the Mjolnir setup, I'm thinking.
Come get me.
Alright, there's the charge. Nope. Average luck. That's the one where if you use it on like Olroth and stuff, like in between phase transitions, he doesn't restore all his life, right? That's the one you're talking about, Lex.
Go on.
Have an order?
Yeah. I have not done that specifically, but on my weird like druid shield thing I was doing at the start of this league, I had that ring that you get from Abyss, the Pinnacle Abyss boss that reduces life regen. It wasn't 100%, but it was like 50%, so he would only regenerate about 50% of his health. Yeah, it's kind of cool. And Uber Arbiter, I didn't know it worked there. That's interesting. Yeah, yet another case of them nerfing your weird interactions that are just catching strays more than likely. All right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and call it. I'm going to go ahead and eat lunch here. I'll be playing more PoE today, but we're not going to be streaming it, putting together the warrior. I wasn't thinking I was going to do this, but I think I am tomorrow going to stream around the same time again, and we'll put together the level 90 version, and it'll be more like in-game focus, and I'll be able to off-stream put together some of that stuff in my stash, so we're not wasting as much time on stream doing some of that inventory management and resist fixing and all that. So thanks for joining us, or joining me here today, guys, and if you're available tomorrow, I'll see you then. If not, have a good week.